Before we get started, a big thank you to all of my supporters over on Patreon and on Twitch, with the Patreon people coming up on screen now. A big thank you to my legendary supporters, Mike, Kira, Truck Driving Gamer, and Obi-Wan Kanzi. Thank you guys, I really very much appreciate it. If you would like to help support me and the channel, then you can head over to twitch.tv/mandatoryquest and drop a sub over there. Or you can go over to patreon.com/mandatoryquest and become a Patreon member for some early access to some videos and some behind the scenes stuff. We are back at Derelict Elevator for our second attempt. First attempt we did, it kind of went okay, but we just didn't really have a great strategy for it. And then it kind of clicked towards the end of it, like, oh, hang on, we could use the elevators or the passing floors to our advantage here to try and kill a bunch of enemies off quickly. And that kind of twigged far too late. By that point, we'd already burned through a bunch of cards trying to deal with the scenario, so we're sort of dying, really. But I felt like we know what we need to do. I'll probably take the difficulty down again as well. So I know I was on sort of +1, but we'll take that down just to make it a little bit simpler for us. So the enemies hopefully die a little bit quicker to just regular attacks anyway as well. Also, the challenge that we had added extra health. So we'll see what challenge we get today, but hopefully not as bad, or perhaps we don't do a challenge if the scenario is challenging enough. But yeah, I felt like we had a good crack at it. It's quite an interesting scenario, so hopefully the second time around, now that we know what's going to happen, we'll do much better. So, the other thing we need to do is we need to change some cards. So I'm definitely bringing in Furry Facade again, because it just... Invisibility, these types of scenarios are just going to go down so well, because it's just a... It's almost like a survive scenario. It's not quite, but it kind of is. We need to get to a minimum of 12 rounds and then obviously kill all of the enemies as well. So it's kind of a survive, it's kind of a kill, it's a little bit of a hybrid, but we're also going to be in situations where we're going to be constantly targeted by the artillery and things like that. So invisibility is going to be very good. Could potentially get everybody to follow us into one of the lifts, into one of the sides. Well, I say these aren't the lifts, but into one of the side levels in there, and then we could potentially go invisible. They're going to stay there, and then we can hop out and hopefully kill a bunch of them. So there's definitely some tricks we can do with invisibility. So this needs to come in, I think. I think Dismantle was a card that I just never really used last time. Just did not seem to do anything. So it's a fairly easy swap to take Dismantle out. Just didn't come in use. We could maybe look at bringing in a couple of other little cards, maybe. Oh, Immobilized maybe, or like Spike Pit could be quite good. Relocating Traps could be quite good. But really, I think everything else that I had was relatively decent and was useful. Yeah. I want to also bring in some more invisibility on my Kelp as well, because we don't have enough. So hopefully we can do some chain invisibility between the two. Hey, Shocky. This now is probably the third hardest your play group has done with your first person group. 2 survivors with 0 turns worth of cards remaining. Interesting. It definitely feels like it's very well kind of tuned, that I can't see anybody finishing this scenario with like a bunch of extra cards in hand, even though it's like 12 rounds. It's 12 rounds plus any extra rounds that you may need, which doesn't sound like a lot of rounds, but you're constantly fighting. So it's a lot of short resting, a lot of burning cards to just do damage, to try and get ahead. So it does feel like a go fast scenario. So I can see that. I can see why it would kind of get to that point. More invisibility. So Skewer the Flesh, probably one of the best forms of invisibility that we have. Morbid Camouflage probably as well, because there's going to be lots of things dying. So we'll have a look at that. In terms of cards to get rid of here, problem is I found that pretty much all of our cards were very good in that scenario. Kind of funnily enough, Succumb to Fear is probably one of the weakest cards here because when you're dealing with enemies that have very low health, do we necessarily care too much about hitting them for 10? You know, these guys are going to have 7, like I guess the elites have 9, which is a decent amount. But it's difficult to land anyway because they're immune to poison. So really we have to wound them, disarm and muddle. It's kind of tricky. I guess we've got the spinning tops later, but they're also immune to wound, right? So, I could, in theory, actually get rid of Mantle of Dread, because Mantle of Dread is... It was nice to wound a few things, but I don't think it was really a deal breaker. Maybe we get rid of Mantle of Dread as well. Yeah, I think this is fairly okay. We've only got 2 early initiatives, though. Actually, no, we've got 3. That 3's fine. 3's fine, and out of a 20-card hand. 20-card? 10-card hand. If only it was 20 cards. Sorry, it'd be well easy. The Devrap hasn't been particularly happy with the top of Succumb. It requires a very specific setup, which, you know, I think it's in certain scenarios, it's fantastic. And if you manage to, like, chain it into the disarm, I think the disarm is the best way of using it, really, then it can be very strong. Very, very strong indeed. But it does really... it does kind of require a lot of you. It's a lot of resources for you to invest in it, which is why I'm like saying, like, you know, these guys have got 9 health, 6 health. Most of them should be dying to 1 to 2 attacks, depending on obviously how good our attacks are. But 6 health, you know, for a trapper is like, you know, licking your lips time. I mean, how much, like, we'll be doing, potentially we'll be creating 5 damage wound traps, you know? So realistically, the trapper is like, yeah, you do what you want. We can kill things very quickly with the trapper. 9 health on the elite, 8 health on the artillery, but the artillery is something that we probably will actually attack, but I don't know if we'll go really hard on them or not. So yeah, like I felt like it's absolutely something that we can kind of consider. So I'm going to go for the kind of the strategy of what we did before anyway. Let's get Battle Gods first. Think it's maybe just a bottom killer, a boss killer. Unfortunately, it's not a boss killer because you cannot target bosses with it. That's the kind of the problem with Succumb, is that it targets normal or elites. And bosses are neither of those two things. It's good against... it's consider it like trap damage. Consider it like trap damage. It's pure, it goes through shields, it ignores retaliate, all of that good stuff. So it deals with very particular enemies very well. Things like a stone golem that might have very high shield, quite high health, take them out. A living spirit, Flame Demon, all of those kinds of people, it deals with very, very well without you ever really having to worry about taking any damage off the crack. So it's kind of like a specialized tool in certain situations. Of course, if you can chain it together and maybe later on we're going to get a couple of other cards that will maybe enable us a bit more and we start chaining it and it gets a bit easier to use, then I think it will become more widespread. But the problem at the moment is trying to hit 3 negative conditions is... It's not easy for us to do that like back-to-back turns on different things. We can do that on one thing quite comfortably. And maybe that's enough. But it is difficult to do. You feel like the normal elite limitation is a little superfluous. If Bane was an instant kill, then it makes sense, but against the boss, it's only 10 damage. 10 damage, which you have to work your ass off for, especially since bosses already have a wide array of immunities. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly what I said to somebody on YouTube today, who commented similar thing, Pitsy, and I'd agree. A lot of the playtesters apparently, this person was saying apparently a lot of the playtesters do think that Bane could be used against bosses and it wouldn't be that bad. It does feel like maybe a little bit harsh on the kelp to have that ability not work on bosses, making them kind of a bit useless against bosses sometimes. And I agree, it's 10 damage, it's capped. The only way to increase that would be with Brittle. You could maybe make it 20, which is, again, quite a lot, but you have to work very, very hard for that. And if you do, then fair play, in my opinion. As you say, bosses have lots of immunities, so trying to get 3 immunities that they're not immune to, 3 negative conditions, sorry, that they're not immune to on them is difficult enough to begin with. So potentially impossible. So it does feel like, well, let them have that damage. And 10 damage is not a huge amount when you're often against bosses that have, what was the boss that we had? 60 odd something health? The last boss we did. So it feels like it does feel maybe a little bit mean that the Deep Wraith can't do that. Okay, so on the Trapper, we've got Die Hard, Prepper, Wastrel. Perform no attack abilities in the first 3 rounds. That's very doable. Very doable. Can't see Wastrel. Whoop. Oh, because of the glare. It's lose a card to negate 2 or less damage from an attack. So it's basically like burn a card when you don't really want to burn a card. This is very, very easy for the Trapper to do because we can just walk into one of our 1 damage traps. So Wastrel is actually a gimme towards the end, but Prepper is very, very easy to do for a 2. So we'll go Prepper. And, if we need to attack, then we will, but if we don't, then we won't. And then for... Prepper is money, yeah. We've got Optimists, Pacifists, and Daredevil. Add 2 cards to your lost pile before your first rest. No. Pacifist, kill 3 of your enemies, maybe. Optimist, remove negative condition from yourself or an ally 2 or more times. Yeah, we will get poisoned. That will happen. And we will get muddled. Although models doesn't matter. It's going to be poison. Sure. Optimist has a chance. Challenge. Fool's Gold. Whenever any character loots one or more loot tokens, they gain Curse. If this scenario has no loot deck, draw a new challenge and place this card on the bottom of the deck. Do we really want Curse? This is a fairly simple one. It's very doable. I'm probably not going to gain that much loot in this scenario. It's unlikely. Let's throw it. Let's toss it. We fail. I think like what I might do is I might make myself a little kind of rule of thumb that if I fail the scenario for the first time, then I'm just like not allowed to do a challenge the second time. Because it's just tempting fate. Like I don't really want to, ideally, I don't really want to be playing many scenarios more than 2 or 3 times if I fail them. So let's not add something else into the mix that could just hurt us later on. Okay, so let's add these in. So for those who don't know, who maybe are here for the first time, this particular scenario is kind of an interesting one. The scenario goals is that the scenario is complete when at least 12 rounds have passed and all enemies are dead at the end of that read 48.2. But thematically what it is that we are in an elevator and we are going down this elevator shaft and we are passing these kind of rooms or platforms, if you like, to the side that have artillery in that are blasting kind of gunfire at us. And they're blasting fire right now, basically, as we're kind of going past them. So we start up here. So this is, at the moment, 2 floors above us. 2 floors below us. And we are, at the end of every round, we'll be advancing this or reducing this down to 1 until eventually we're on the same floor. Then it will go above us. When the dice ever gets to 3 above, so it's now disappeared and it's 3 floors above, anything that is on this tile will essentially die. This isn't here because this appears later on, so I should take that away. There's also another one that comes here, so they kind of alternate. But everything that is on this tile after like 3 floors have gone by will essentially die. As the scenario progresses, we will get rocks will start to fall as the kind of elevator shaft starts to collapse. At that point, we're going to get piles of rubble will start to come here and damage gets done to figures on this tile if you're standing in some of these numbered spots. Enemies will spawn like crazy. They spawn all over the tile. So loads more of these guys will appear, as well as another enemy type as well. The flaming blade spinners will turn up as well. So yeah, we got to the bottom, almost to the bottom of the shaft last time, but not quite. Yeah, so Shucky, what basically happened is we got overwhelmed by enemies. Probably about, I think we were about 11 rounds in. We got overwhelmed by enemies. We ran out of cards. But we did a pretty decent-ish job, I would say, up to that point where it felt like we did. But then suddenly just a bunch of enemies spawned. And then it kind of felt, oh, this is really difficult. So that's kind of like what happened last time. Okay. So let's start. We won't bother with Fortella because we did Fortella in the last episode. So I think the game plan and what I've learned from last time is that probably trying to pull all of the enemies into this area is actually for the best. That will work really, really well for us. So what I want to do is I actually want my characters to go and deal with the artillery. Whereas before I ignored the artillery. I thought, well, I'll just leave them and I'll just deal with the enemies and then that's all we'll do. I think that was kind of a wrong call. Although we did do a fairly decent job, I would say, the first time of killing these 3 enemies fairly quickly. So it didn't feel too bad. I think we had like 1 enemy left. But I think now what would be a good idea is just to go over there and start dealing with them like straight away. I can put some traps along the way that will hopefully kind of slow them down a little bit so they don't get there immediately. Ideally, we want them to kind of come across on the kind of correct turn when this is about to go to 3. Then we can obviously get them killed. So you know that there's no door here, but you can pass through this. It's like you're just kind of climbing onto that level sort of thing. So this does not block line of sight, and it does not get in the way of movement, so you can move straight through here. Okay. So the plan then would be to go straight in over there and start dealing with those guys, I think. See if maybe we can kill... Oh, I don't think we can actually kill an artillery on the first turn. Okay. So they are pushing. Interesting. Okay, deep brave first and foremost. So we will teleport 3. 1, 2, 3. We will wound up number, is it 3? Number 3. Easy. Then we will attack for 3 and create dark. Want to use the heavy sword? Nah. Okay. All right. Nice. Next up, the trapper. I think we'll do caltrops. So the idea here is that I want to try and generally you want to try and leave or direct the enemies to some of these spots. So the A spots are the first ones to get turned into debris, and when the debris falls, it does trap damage to whatever is on it. So if I can start to kind of direct them a little bit into like the A's, that would be obviously super good for me. A little bit tricky, but I don't think this set of enemies is really going to matter. I think it's going to be the next set of enemies that's going to matter. So I'll create some 1 damage traps. Get 1 XP. Beautiful. Then we'll do exploding decoy. So designate the hex I am occupying. And then we're going to move 3. 1, 2, 3. I guess we'll get there. Don't think it really matters. We're gonna get ended up getting bunched together. And then we put a 2 damage trap where I was. Trap shenanigans begin. I really want these guys to just start moving through traps. That would be lovely. Okay, so Ancient Artillery is going to go. So, first off, they are going to push if needed. So, number 1's going to go. Doesn't need to push. So, it's going to do an attack 1 on both of these guys. So, Trapper first. Got disadvantage. 1 damage to the Trapper there. And then on... Oh, that's my attack modifier deck. Whoops. Mistakes were made. Shuffle that a little bit. -1. -1. So no damage. Then on to the Deep Wraith. 1. On to the second one. It's going to push 1 all. Then it will attack just the Deep Wraith. For nothing. Super. That's Ancient Artillery done. Do I have the right amount of health? 12. I should have 13, I think. Gotta be remembering that cloak. Nice. Okay. Now onto the Ruined Machines. Okay, next round. So, at the start of the second round, read 90.3. Oh. Wrong book. Doo-doo. 90.3. Bullets ricochet off the walls. You do your best to avoid them while trying to disarm the security system, but being on an elevator isn't making it any easier. The platform continues to descend as you fight, and now a shower of pebbles and dirt has begun to fall from overhead. The rain of debris seems relegated to only one section of the lift, but you don't know for how long. Pebbles rain down at each A location. This has no effect yet. At the start of the fourth round, read 27.2. So at the end of the fourth round, sorry, at the start of the fourth round, that's when we will see the pebbles turn into debris. So you get a little bit of foreshadowing, which I quite like. It sort of tells you, yeah, these ones are going to be the next ones to go. Numbers on the machines. 8 and 10. Oh, I haven't done it. Sorry, I thought you were like, you couldn't see them. Good catch. There you go. Right, so I'm surprised it let me do a round without numbering them. I didn't think the game would allow you to do that. I swear it didn't. It used to. Maybe it did. Right, so we got dark now, which is good. I need to continually make dark. That's very important for the invisibility sort of strategy. Although having said that, I've only got one card that comfortably makes dark. That's a bit dumb. I mean, I guess the first round is kind of a bit of a low ball anyway. Is there not another one that makes... Oh, there is. I should totally have bought that. Should have bought Soul Hunger. Let's hope it doesn't matter. Only one source of creating dark is not ideal. Yeah. Well, I'm going to need it to go invisible. I suppose I've got morbid camouflage, haven't I? That's always an option. We could always, like, kill the enemy and then potentially jump onto its loot and go invisible. We got options. We got options. There should be 2. 2 trophies. Okay, I think we just try and kill this guy. Obviously, I need to not do any attacks with my prepper here. Kind of tricky. Yeah, I'm not using Xhaven. I'm using Gloomhaven's Secretariat. Yeah. I found Xhaven seems to be like a branch of this. They seem incredibly similar. Like so much so that it's uncanny. Which makes me feel like maybe they are a branch. But I found Gloomhaven Secretariat to just be a bit more robust. I was using this for my Crimson Scales as well, and it worked really well. So I kind of had no reason to change. Okay, so 15 Deep Wraith. Honestly, I'm just gonna be moving here, and we'll be trying to kill this one guy, I think. And then we'll use Black Scythe here. Consume the Dark. Gain 8 experience points. Attack for 4 and a curse. 5 dead. Get a trophy. Trap time. What is this guy doing? Ancient Artillery is doing another big one, isn't it? 1, 2, 3. Sorry, we use Pyrotechnics, move 3. Increase the damage value of the next trap I should play this round, which will be Boar Catcher. We'll put it there. So what's that going to be? 4, 5, 6, 7, and an XP. Very good. Okay, so Ruin Machine. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. It's going to attack for 2 onto the Deep Wraith. 3. And it will take a point of damage. Actually, I think they all are, right? Oh, okay, number 8's going to go. Actually, number 8's going to walk straight onto this trap and blow it up. Because it's the only place it could go to try and do an attack. There ain't nowhere else you can go, buddy boy. 10. 3. Attack of 1. On the... Nothing. Nice. And then 1 damage to each of them. Did that work? Yeah, cool. Oh, this... Yeah, that guy's dead. Right, so an attack of 1 again on these guys. So... 1 damage Deep Wraith, and then disadvantage... Nada on the Trapper. Okay, great. Round 3. Perform no attack abilities in the first 3 rounds, so I still can't attack. Feels bad. I mean, we did kill something. Are corridor hexes considered featureless? Yes. They are basically empty, yeah. If you're on about, like, traps? Yes. Yeah, Secretariat isn't actually an app. It's like a web app. It's not like a downloaded app. Which is good because it means that you can actually like export and stuff and between devices if you want. Very cool. All right, so on this round then, so this is gone now. They're basically, so we are basically now level with the lift. So whereas we kind of climbed down, we're now level. So this is now going to start rising up. We need to make sure that we're not in here after it rises up 3 times, because then otherwise we take trap damage. This next round is a little bit awkward because we're a little bit too far in front, if you like, of where we really want to be. I could curse them. Get a couple of curses in. It's an interesting idea. Could also just disarm. Attack for 4 with advantage on the one that's got 5 health. Seems like a novel idea. Really, the next test is this one. I probably do want to start moving that way. Yeah. Yeah, I could just attack these guys, really. I'm gonna mobilize them and just walk away. Try and keep them there. Yeah, there's no drama in that. Bit of a boring turn, but kind of works out. Alright, Trapper first. We'll move 3, create 1, heal 2 trap, adjacent empty hex. So 1, 2, 3. Then improvised improvement. We will turn this trap into a 5 damage wound trap. And we'll gain ourselves an XP. We've successfully managed to navigate 3 rounds without playing an attack. Good job, Trapper. Right, Prepper is done. Beautiful. We just need to win now. It's fine. Skewer the flesh. So we'll attack for 1 on the elite with immobilize. One damage, and then on to the regular. No damage. So 1 damage there. Immobilize. No damage there, but immobilize. Then literally I'm just using this as a move 2. 1, 2. So that they can't get us. Okay, so room machine goes. Can't do anything. Then it's an attack 2 from the ancient artillery. Plus 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 3 damage to the deep wraith. And we're now 1 floor up. Open section 27.2. So this is where things get a little bit scary. I think we get a big spawn now. From memory. Big old spawn. Yep. So first up we get the elevator. On this side, the floor kind of appears. Could probably do like that, that, and that there, couldn't I? You guys can probably still see? Yeah, it's good. We get a elite. And now we have to spawn a bunch of stuff. So place 1 debris in each A tile. So A's come down as the rocks fall. Spawn 2 ruin machines at each H. One ruin machine at each G. This is where, like, it just goes mental. Like, do we really need this number of enemies? I don't know about that. So I guess the plan would be to try and now go like this way to maybe try and get everything, like these 3 and these 2, to go down with the lift or up with the lift. I find it strange why it doesn't spawn these when maybe it's because it's like, oh, it's just easier to just do it yourself. 8, 4, 7. It's probably easier to see which standees I'm not using. 6, 5. Lovely. Right, so this is where we're thinking maybe we need a bit of invisibility. We want these guys to kind of move in there though. So I want to teleport in again. And just kind of hunker down. And I think I want to go invisible on my trapper here. This is kind of a weird old sequence, really. How much health does my deep wave have? Not a lot right now. I need to be a little bit careful here. Could end up just kind of dying. I guess the shaggy lure would be a pretty good thing to chuck down in those side rooms, actually, right? Huh? The enemies would just go to them. At the end around that goes 2. So in theory, I could long rest. I could go up there as well and protect him. Yeah, I could do that. Okay. Rubbish initiative, though. $56. Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly the kind of thing we were looking for. Okay, great. So we'll move 3. Teleport 3 even. We will consume a trophy here to give ourselves a nice heal 3. And we will plonk ourselves in the back corner. Actually, we don't want to do it in the back corner, do we? Because we want them to have options to come in. Yeah. Then really it was just an attack 2. Which I guess I'll just do an attack 2 on the elite, but it doesn't really matter here. 1. Doesn't really matter. Okay. So now ruined machines are gonna go. Oh, this might be a bit of a problem actually with my trapper, because they're all gonna congregate around my trapper, eh? So that's gonna stay put. This one. Oh, it's only 2, not 3. Huh. Well, I guess it would just go 1, 2, because it is now closer. So I guess that does work for me. Five. Let's go there. One. 7, 8. That's it. Both get muddled up. Okay, so now we need to do our trapper. So flurry of nails. 1, 2, 3 maybe. I'm not sure having that as a 6 is really massive difference, to be honest. Then furrow facades, move 1. Actually, to be honest, I may just go this way. Because if I'm going to go invisible next turn, does it really matter? It doesn't. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna increase this one instead. So 1, 2, 3. We'll go 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3. And then we'll move 1 and go invisible to go here. Actually, I don't want to be on B. Move that way. I'm going to be long resting anyway. Okay, so an attack of 2. This guy. Hey, Silver 7, how's it going, buddy? Looking forward to tomorrow. -1. Getting fairly lucky with that. I'll take all of that. Boop. Alright, change my battery of my headset. Quickly. Ready to get that win, you hope? This game is brutal. We'll get it. I believe. I believe. Do the hexes between rooms count as a hex when considering range of the artillery? No. No. They do not. That was, I think, a mistake I sort of made last time. This scenario is a little bit wishy-washy with the rules of those hexes. It's kind of like... I guess the way to think about them is that they're adjacent without being adjacent. I don't know. It's very odd. I'm not even convinced that I'm 100% doing it right. Right, Deep Wraith. So let's get into 2, right? Now. Okay, so an attack 0. Nothing from the ancient artillery. Oh, beautiful. That's a stretch of good luck there. Really good. That is a nice bit of luck right there. Although, I don't know if I can fly over, can I? I can, but I'll have to burn a card. It's worth it, because otherwise I'm burning a card to trap damage anyway. There's been a handful of ambiguous scenario rules in Frosthaven. They're being creative, which is fun, but it gets a bit confusing at times. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I totally get it. Like, I guess the way to do it is to, like, if you could, in my opinion, if you can come up with a thematic justification for something and it makes sense to you and your group, kind of okay with it. Like, if there's a gray area and it's not clear and you just come up with a thematic reason as to why it is that way, that works for me. Like, I'm happy with that as a way of just dealing with those kind of issues, right? Okay, so we will we are burning a card. We're getting the hell out of Dodge. So we're gonna go teleport 4. Immobilize all these guys. That's 6, 7, and 4. Then I'm going to teleport here. Oh, to get a nice little heal 3. Almost like I planned it, chat. And disarm number 8. Boom. Gain an XP. All right. Perfectly planned, I know, right? Absolutely. So Trapper is going to get to place a trap out because it's a long rest. We can put a 1 damage trap out. Not really any massive, great places to do this, I guess. We get to reset this. Then we get to get rid of the card. Go to honey pot. Okay. Right, so end of the round, that goes to 3, which means that this goes dead. Also, I haven't been doing this, have I? I should have been doing the same thing on this one. This one's probably at 1 now, right? That was the first round of those guys, or second round of those guys? That happened at the beginning of the second round. That was added. No, it wasn't. That's a lie. I tell a lie. The 4th? 4th, yeah. So it's been... It's always at the end of the round. So actually this is gone now. Because it would have started on 2, on 4. Round 4. Now it's round 5. So it would have been 1. So now it's gone. So now it is climbing. We are equal with it. 1, 3, 10 and 5. Nice. Cool. That was a much cleaner way of dealing with those, huh?
Now that's a lot of damage!
That's a lot of damage. So probably short rest on my deep wraith, I think. I've still got all of my items up, which is kind of nice. We want to try and do the same thing now on this other side. Bit trickier. 7th round, so basically the beginning of the next round is when the next load of enemies or stuff is going to happen, right? Be kind of wary of that. That's coming. That is coming. Morbid Camouflage. It's a very easy invisible card, but it's also, I guess, one of the hardest invisibility cards to hit. Yeah, I think it's probably okay. So let me think this through in terms of invisibility again. So at the end of this round, this is going to go to 1. So if I go invisible on the next round, it would be on 2. Yeah, so I want to do it not this round. So yeah, this is good. So I am going to go in and try and get invisibility and maybe go invisible in a sec. Oh, I can't quite get there though. That's frustrating. So like what my trap is going to do. Just traps galore, maybe? Could try and kill the elite ancient artillery, couldn't I? Not like this turn, but maybe next turn. Hey bad guy, how's it going? It's going pretty well so far. We did a really good turn and got rid of a bunch of enemies the first time. Now we're just left with these. We're going to try and do a similar thing. But we are going to get the blade spinner, I think, very soon. So we've got to be a bit careful with that. All right, so first up, we will use Hollow Terror. So we'll attack number 8. Why not? For 3. Great Dark. 3. It's level 3. Before I move, I might use my dangerous gear to just chuck a trap down. Just feels like I should while I have the opportunity. Yeah, just getting the opportunity to chuck it right in the middle of the scenario seems pretty good. Okay, we're going to move 3. Increase the damage or heal value of the next trap I create by 3. Love that card. Ball catcher again. So that's going to be 4, 5, 6, 7. Running out of dice again. Don't really want to use a D20. Flashbacks to the boss scenario. 7. Gain an XP. Okay, so Ancient Artillery is going to attack for 2. Miss. That was on our Deep Wraith. So they're done. Rune Machine. So most of them can't move, right? Just number 8 can move. But the attack wasn't performed. So no good, no dice. Right, next round. This is 2 now, right? 4. Yeah, so 4. 4, 5, 6, no, 7 would be 1. $44.2. So much to remember in this scenario. Feels like if you were playing multiplayer, you would just divvy up jobs to different people. Right, this is your job. Yeah, I'm using dice Silverbird Tavern just to do the traps because it's easier for you guys to see the damage. Yeah, it's not part of the game. Don't worry, there is no dice in Frosthaven unless an unlockable class has a dice. And I wouldn't put it past Isaac to do something like that. Although he kind of hates dice, it would be kind of funny if one of their mechanics was a dice. For whatever reason. Like if you were to create a character called the Gambler or something, and they use dice as a mechanic, it would be way too swingy and probably not in the spirit of the game, which is why I don't think it would ever probably be a thing. Although you could maybe have like, you could have a way of like mitigating it. Could be interesting. But I didn't know he hated dice. Yeah, that's kind of how Gloomhaven kind of started in a way, was that he wanted to come up with like a diceless system for doing like a dungeon delving kind of game. Didn't want to just resort to dice because like every other game just resorts to dice for damage, right? It's like, here's your ability, use your ability, that's your dice. With the attack modifier deck, it gives you that variance, which is what, you know, dice are good at. Dice are good at giving you a little bit of variety, because it's never like, if players know absolutely every single time, yes, that's going to work, that's not going to work, then of course it takes a lot of the fun and the surprise out of the game. So you still want a bit of variance, which is what the attack modifier deck is, but it's controlled variance. You know, it's, you know what's in there, you know what the range can be, you know also that you're going to keep drawing until you hit either your ×2 or your miss. So, you know, over time, that deck will balance itself out quite nicely, hypothetically. And you can kind of try and make some informed decisions on what's there, as well as it gave players something that they could upgrade easily over time. Whereas a dice, unless you had some kind of dice construction system, you wouldn't be able to easily upgrade that over time. It's part of your character. I'm giving you traumatic flashbacks to every BGG Reddit custom class pitched. Hey, it can't be that bad. Guess who's back? Zoop. You've seen this exact class pitched like 10 times? Well, mine would be better. Whatever you've heard about it, mine would be the best. See, mine uses 2 dice. Double the fun. Spawn a blade spinner at B. Going better this time? Yeah, I think so. Any figure occupying B suffers trap damage? No. We're all good. Oh, it's a lot of enemies, chat. Interesting round, this one. We definitely want to just get into this side. To me, that is pretty clear. I haven't managed this invisibility thing again very well. Just thinking like maybe I should make a beeline for the other side. And maybe that's a good idea. Try and kind of split them. Trapper takes some of them this way, and Deep Wraith takes the rest of them that way. We've got a couple of pivotal turns coming up. Could also just try and hunker down everybody in here. Yeah, maybe it's good to try and go the other way. And maybe we just sort of take a bit of a weird turn off. Invisible, go early, just hit something for 2. Don't really need to do anything else. Then we try and make our way up here. Trapper comes here. Sure. 9. What is he on? 12. 9, 7, 8, 9. With advantage. Even the times 2 won't go at 9, 10, 11. Still won't do it. So I'm not getting the kill. That's for sure. Unless I increase the damage. Use the boots. Okay, risky for a biscuit. I don't really know what the blade spinners like do, really. Okay. Okay, it's a big problem. Is it a big problem? Yeah, because I'm going to be immobilized, huh? Is that a pretty big problem? Well, actually, I can kind of... I can interact a little bit. What's the blade spinner doing? Attack of 3. It's a bit miserable as well. I think I want the trapper to go after the ancient artillery here. Which is weird, but... yeah, okay. So first thing I'm going to do is I think I'm just going to use this as an attack for 2, really. On number 8, on the Deep Wraith. Hopefully get the kill. Yep. We're just going to teleport, consume a trophy and dark. Gain an XP. Whoops. We'll teleport 3. Go here, we'll plug this hole. And we shall go invisible. Okay. Yeah, Trapper's going to get beaten up a little bit here, but hopefully we can mitigate some of it. Yeah, I'm using the boots here to go 56, I think. Got a troppy for the attack, or what? A troppy? I don't know what you mean. Troppy? What's troppy? So let's work out what these guys are gonna do. They're moving 3. 2. Attack of 2. Disadvantage. Oh, trophy. Thank you. Troppy, trophy. Gotcha. Thank you very much. Thanks for reminding me. Hmm. 3. And then 10 doesn't have to move, and we'll have an attack of 1. With disadvantage. Jesus. 2. Hopefully that's all the +1's gone. Okay. So that's that over and done with. They need to take 1 point of damage, except for number 10. So I'll just do this and I'll just give 10 health back. Everything else moved. Yeah, Ancient Artillery is now going to attack for 2. 1. With Immobilize. trappers go... Might be an idea of just attacking... Oh, it's like I was going to attack the elite artillery, but... Perhaps we just ignore the elite artillery now. It's like a weird point in the game. No, maybe I attack the elite artillery. I mean, it's worth it, right? Gain ourselves advantage. +2, nice. So 4 plus the 7. So 11. Oh, so close. Oh, hang on. Actually, no, that's a really dumb thing to do. Because I could have mobilized the blade spinner here. Using the net. So actually we'll do 2, 4, 5, and we'll blow this one up. And do 5 damage to the blade spinner. That's way better. There you go, learning. Da, 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 da. And then I'm immobilized, so I can't do anything with the bottom action. So that means the blade spinner doesn't do anything. Result. Blade spinner is actually very easy to kill, huh? Just need to kind of get in front of it. So this is going to go to 2. That's going to go to 1. Deep Wraith is invisible. I think we try and pull everybody back that way now. It's tough. Yeah, I think so. Please don't die. Please don't die. Actually, I suppose I could go quite late here, couldn't I? I can actually go super late. I can go 98. Okay. So I can walk through traps without triggering them, right? So move 5. Move 1 and invisible. Okay. Doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything because everyone's invisible. Doesn't do anything because everyone's invisible. So you can use Haunting Brutality to just teleport straight up between these two and do 2 damage to each of these guys. XP. Great Stark. Then we'll use Lion Weight to curse them both. Nice. Okay. 15.3. Start of this round. So this goes to 3, which means that basically this dies and goes away. This goes away for now. 15.3. Ooh. It's not better to kill lots of them in the near the cannon elite. It's difficult. I have to hope to try and kill a bunch of them through the scenario mechanic, I think, and I just didn't think I could do it that round. I've got lots of nice traps though in the middle of the scenario, so now stuff falls on C, which I think is pretty good for me, right? I think there is stuff on C. Yeah. So this guy will take trap damage, which I think is probably enough, right? Or is it? It is 4. He is number 4. Yeah, so he's dead. That's good. So I don't really know how this works, but double loot, I guess. Where's the other C? There. Okay, good. And so now there are pebbles on D, E, and F. Might be a bit of a chance to get them. Probably pretty slim without there being a trap there, though. Yes! App is gone from stream. Ooh. Let me just re-plug that in. Bear with me, caller. Yeah, no, Nits, that's what I did last time. So the last time I attempted this scenario, I did just that. I basically just ran away from the cannons and ignored them for the entirety of the scenario. But what I found is that I just didn't have the raw damage to deal with the number of enemies that I had with these two characters. Like, I just didn't have the raw numbers. So the new plan is to kill them by cheesing the scenario mechanic, which is that if I can get them to go into these tiles, when they obviously move up, everything on that tile dies, and any characters will take trap damage and fall back down to the main lift. So we're trying to be clever and killing them all. So I kind of have to go to where the cannons are just because of that. It didn't work out this time down here, but it worked out really well the first time up top. And hopefully it will work out well again. If I could get like this clump in there, then that's huge, I think. I don't think there was any way to kill them that turn, Banker, particularly with me staying invisible and not just dying myself. I think we're good right now, though. So we are still invisible on the Trapper, right? We could just go for a long rest here. Probably a good idea. Kind of good long rest here too. Oh, so the artillery is attacking me for 1 with disadvantage. So 1. Nada. Yeah, see you silver medal. See you tomorrow. Yeah, for guys, I talked a little bit about it yesterday on stream, but tomorrow I'm playing Gloomhaven with silver medal over on their channel at 7 p.m. GMT, my time, or BST, I guess we're in British summertime now. Oh, for sure. But basically an hour earlier than I usually start, and I'll be over on his channel, and we'll be playing some Gloomhaven, some physical Gloomhaven. So he's playing like physically, and I'll be have my cards in front of me on my desk doing a bit of remote play. So what characters am I going to get? I don't know. I either had the Brute or the Spellweaver on offer to me. So I said to Silver Medal, I'm happy to play either. So one of those two. Because he's got his own campaign going. So I'm kind of like hot seating a character for a scenario. We're doing Frozen Hollow, I believe. So an oldie and a goodie. Don't make you pick. Brute? Well, of course you're going to say Brute, Oxy. It's always Brute with Oxy. Okay. Can't move, right? No? B's gone. Medalt? What should we go with? Frozen Hollow is kind of a long scenario. Yeah, it's a fairly sizable one. I think he's purposely picked one that's a little bit longer, maybe a little bit harder, so that I can help him out with it. I don't know. It's like, huh? Yeah, what would you want to do? Just thinking like slave pens, like just randomly slave pens, or you know. Should be a fun time. It's been a long time since I played physical Gloomhaven. I'm actually gonna have to get my box out and fish the cards out. It's been a while since I've opened that box. A long old while. Gotta be a bit careful here with my cards. Do I get rid of Lie in Wait because it doesn't really do anything? Yeah. Might be time to get rid of Couch Box. Maybe time.
Soothsinger doobie doobie doo. Here comes 32 Soothsinger. Good luck getting that earworm out of your head.
Thank you, Oxy. 32 months, dude. Thank you so much. I don't know how that song was supposed to go. I don't know if the TTS kind of ruined it, but, you know. Very good. Very good. The quest continues, my friend. Oh. Huh. What cards do I not really care about anymore? There's a lot of traps already on the board, right? I mean, how many of these traps do I really need to activate? I'm gonna go get that chest, I think. Do I need invisibility anymore? Maybe a little bit. Maybe one more dose. Do we get rid of Ball Catcher? It's like a pretty good jump, though. Ugh. Do I actually get rid of Unavoidable Outcome? It's too good, though. Unfortunately, one of the cards I want to get rid of is in my hand. I guess I could get rid of Pyrotechnics. It's just increasing everything by 3. It just feels weird getting rid of your level 3 card. I can put a trap. I don't think I can, because I can only put a trap in an empty adjacent hex, and I don't think this counts as being empty. And this is technically not adjacent. And I don't think I would want to anyway, because I want enemies to like filter in. I suppose they're probably going to anyway. Anyway, I don't think it's a massive deal breaker for what I'm trying to achieve, you know? I think I want to try and kill the Blade Spinner. He's on 2 health, right? Mm-hmm. Did I not heal 2? Ruthless. Still have my stamina potion. What am I doing? H is empty. I guess I could put it there. Then it would have to spawn. An enemy would spawn in the nearest H. I could put a trap there. I suppose it doesn't really matter. It's probably not going to make much of a difference, to be honest. The way things are going. I think we got our strategy. We just need to hopefully pull it off now. We'll have one more blade spinner to deal with. I think we got a good opportunity to kind of get him though. How much health do these guys have? They have 6? Ugh. I wish you had a bit less than that, buddy. I know this turn is going to go to 2. So I probably do want to go invisible. Soon. Guess I could just burn, like, Crippling Terror here, couldn't I? And just try and kill them both. Avoid taking any damage, really. But then they didn't do that much damage, really. Kind of fine. I can make dark, which means that then I can go invis next turn. That seems reasonable. And maybe I could use lacerating stabs to just wound one of them to maybe kill it, just in case. Ugh. Mobilize is not good for me. I mean, I guess I could just take the trap damage. Just like burn one card, but it kills a bunch of enemies. It's probably worth it. I need to empty some seats for the ride. Yeah. Kick these guys out. Right, well, we'll use Hollow Aura and we'll attack, I guess this one, number 1 for 3. Dark. 6. It's dead. Pretty nice. I haven't gained a single piece of loot so far in this scenario, chat. How weird is that? I think I might start. Get loot. Trophy, thank you. Yes. 1 coin. Let's go. Trapper. So I'm just going to do attack the spinner here for 2. Ah, 1. I didn't want to have to use that high damage trap. Guess I am now. I could have used the spyglass there, but I was kind of saving the advantage for when the other one pops up. Newt, if you want the loot. Neighbor, man. Amen, brother. Caltrops, move 5. Whoop. Gimme. Gimme. What do we get? Show me the money. Oh, it's annoying it's on a completely different section book page. Oh god, what was the previous one? Oh, hang on. Is there like a 77? Oh, you beauty. Let's have a look. What is 77? Gain 3 loot cards. Nice. Did it just do it as well? It did. Would you look at that? Pretty mediocre draw though, for a 3 loot card draw. You don't have to decide which trap to use before drawing an attack modifier deck. No, because that was a pull. So I'm attacking for 2, right? Pull happens after the effect. And I can choose to activate it or not. So, and it wouldn't activate if it didn't die, right? But pull means that it must, if I do decide to engage pull, it must get closer to me with every piece of pull. So I couldn't, for example, go, oh yeah, we'll take you there, because that's not closer, right? I was here, so it was 1, 2, 3 away. This makes it 2 away. This also makes it 2 away, so it's not getting closer, so I couldn't use this one. The only trap I had was this one that I could have used. Well, these room machines are going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works now anyway. I guess at least maybe only the deep breath is going to be immobilized. And poisoned. Attack the deep wraith for 2 with the poison 3. So 3 damage, deep wraith. Boom. Okay, right. This elevator's getting ready to go. Come on, everybody. So I'm going to have to take trap damage here, but I can go invisible and just sort of chill. I think I have to go super late on the trapper and kind of hope that they just jump in and I sort of leave. You know? Which I can do. I can go like 85. This could be really good, chat, if they move. If they don't move, this is less good. Okay, come on. Okay, this is looking good. Looking real good. So first up, the deep wraith. 15. So I'm literally just going invisible here. Like that's all I'm really doing. I am immobilized, but I can teleport. So I guess I can teleport off here, right? I forgot that immobilized doesn't block teleport. That's actually awesome. So we'll consume this. And the dark. And we'll... That's a good place to be. Maybe here? You didn't see anything. Well, actually, I don't want to block them, right? Am I blocking them? A little bit, but not much. What number's that? Actually, I don't want to be on those, do I? Because that'll be where all the rocks will fall. So I'll go there. This is going to be quite the round. Yeah, looks like it's going to be. Then really I was just going to attack for 2. I guess I should because that guy is actually going to be around. So 1 damage and a stun to number 2. Actually, that was really dumb because he's probably going to move at least onto those, right? Maybe on G. Where are the rocks going to fall? Ugh. I am all turned around in this scenario. Is it 9 point something? Where am I? Where am I? 15.3. This scenario is like such a minefield, you know? D, E, and F. I guess he won't end up on there anyway. Yeah, he won't end up on there anyway. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, crap. Are we going to get... Oh, we're getting immobilized on the trapper. Not good. Well, that means we're definitely taking trap damage now. Kind of sucks, but it's worth it for sure. But now we are taking an attack of 1 and we're immobilized. I guess that's the risks. No damage, though. Okay. Doesn't do anything. Doesn't move. Nowhere he can get to. I don't think it took a point of damage on that guy, did it? Don't think it did. Which is good. That is correct. What did it? It's hard to tell with 9. Okay, we're muddled. But I'm not doing anything apart from going invisible, basically. Unfortunately, because of the immobilize, we're going to kind of get stuck there. Okay, great. End of round. This goes to 3. Everything on this tile drops off. Including me, unfortunately. Ow. So I take trap damage, which is 4. I'll probably long rest next turn, maybe. So I think can I take 4 or do I burn a card? I'll have a think about that. I might burn a card. So you're dead. 5, 6, 7 as well. 5, 6, 7. Of course, you as well. All gone. Go on the trap to avoid the BS. Can I go on the trap? It says I have to be placed on the closest empty hex on tile 15D. And I would say that was probably G. Which is fine because G doesn't have anything fall on it. Maybe burn a card instead of taking 4 damage. The question is, do I have enough cards to win now? I think I've got one more enemy to deal with. I think I've got one more enemy to deal with after this. Yeah, I'll just burn the card. Okay, great. Next round. 39.1. Maybe we'll foreteller this because this is about as far as we got last time. So maybe I'll grab foreteller up for this one. Two spinners, yeah, 1 or 2. I can't remember, it might be 2, yeah. No need to burn a card. Yeah, there's no need to burn the card. Like we have enough health to take it. But unless I'm long resting next round, which I guess I could probably say, yeah, all right, or I just long rest. Because my characters are invisible. I could maybe do that. Then I basically get 2 back. I'm in a pretty healthy position. We can kill the spinners very quickly. We actually have some really good cards left on our Deep Wraith as well. We still have the big burns. Where I was lacking last time is at this point in the last scenario as well, yesterday's attempt. We had no like good burn cards left on our Deep Wraith. We had basically used them all just to kind of keep alive and kill enemies. So now we've actually ended up with a bunch. So hopefully I have all my items. Yeah, I have all my items too, which is really cool. Did you say it's 48.2? Is that the one? 39.1. Okay, here we go.
As if one blade spinner wasn't enough, another wave lands to join the fight. Within seconds, they unfold their blades and move forward, adding to the whirring vortex of steel.
Okay, place 1 debris in D. Well, this is nice and convenient. E and F. Okay. And more than one D? There's only one D. Yeah. Okay. So, for the rest of the scenario, we just need to kill these guys. Kill these guys, we win now. So, I could just long rest. So maybe I don't burn that card. Problem is that all of my best cards, I would say, are still in my got here. Got a 1. And then maybe we long rest. Or I could short rest and go late. Or I could go late now myself. Just the idea is that I would want to probably heal, right? Something like that. I guess we would hope that the ruin machines will just do damage to themselves as well. Oh. Shield 2. All enemies within range 2 suffer 2 damage. Interesting. Okay. On 12. Surprised that's not like a shuffle type ability. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. So Deep Wraith gets rid of the poison. So we got one of those so far. There's a chance I get poisoned again. I can also perform a loot and gain a trophy because of my passive ability. Nice. I still need to get those reminder cards out. I keep forgetting to get the reminder cards out. I'll do it now. Right. Idle hands. Do 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 do. Da da. Should be kind of straightforward from here, chat, but I'm not like, you know, super confident. It's been a weird scenario, this one. It's a scenario that it reminds me a lot of the very first one we did in the Spire, in which if you kind of figure out, oh yeah, this is just a kind of a pretty unique way to deal with the strategy. You can use these scenario elements in your favor. And of course, invisibility. Then it becomes a lot easier. I have felt like every time that we've just struggled, it's been, oh, let's make sure that we bring invisibility and then we're good, you know? It was a little bit cheeky. It's been a bit naughty that we've just, every time we've sort of struggled a little bit, it's like, yeah, we'll just bring that invisibility card in and then, oh look, the scenario is a lot easier when my characters can't get hit. Uh-huh. What card am I getting rid of? Yeah, possibly that one. I feel like we're just gonna go. We're going for the home run now, basically. I feel like that's a feature of the party comp. Can't really tank or heal, so gotta rely on other ways of preventing too much damage. Yeah, it is, to be fair. It is our, like, kind of, our characteristic, really. Which is fine. I guess I've got the kind of hangover from Gloomhaven a little bit, where, like, invisibility always felt, like, a little bit naughty, because it's, you know, widely acknowledged to be very strong. Whereas, you know, they've given me the tools to go invisible. I should use them if they're here, right? The game has given me those tools. It's just like one of those kind of personal things. And I think it's a hangover from Gloomhaven that I have, where we all kind of like, yeah, invisibility is maybe a bit too strong. And like a lot of people are like, yeah, it's easy to win scenarios when you're invisible all the time. Yeah, it really is, you know? But they had the opportunity to completely take that away if they didn't want that to be intended in the game. But they didn't. They gave me those tools. So I probably am being a bit harsh on myself by saying it's a bit cheesy or whatever, because that really is just my hangover from Gloomhaven, right? Yeah, exactly. It's just a bit of an intentional, it is an intentional inclusion, yeah. Is the objective to survive now or kill all enemies? Kill all enemies. We had to basically make it to at least round 12. I don't know why that you could. I didn't think it'd be possible to. It's not possible to finish before round 12. Because the spinners come down on round 12. But there you go. I think we're getting rid of invisibility, guys, and we're going all in. Sorry, I was busy planning my next turn. I always forget to do that. I'm already on to my next turn. I'm like, yeah, that's the card I'll get rid of because we're just going to go for this. Oh, I'm going to have to use my boots here, I think. Okay, Trapper first. So we'll use Flurry of Nails. We'll attack for 3 with a push 2. We'll use our Spyglass here to give ourselves advantage as well. So we'll attack our friend, the Blade Spinner. Okay, so that is 4 or add 2 damage to a trap within a range 2 of me. I guess it's ambiguous, I can choose. So I'm going to do 6. Or kill it. Just kill it. Just kill it, which is +1. And so we'll push for 2. 1, 2. Into here. Blammy. Nice. Then Boar Catcher, I think I could move around a little bit here. What's the other blade spinner doing? Moving 2. It's not moving a lot. I need to stay within range, I think. Kind of good where I am, but I might move a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. Right, so we're going to teleport. No, I probably use that actually, don't I? Teleport 3. We will wound the elite. Now we'll use Crippling Terror. Great Dark. Gain ourselves 2 XP. Spyglass, I guess, on maybe the regular. It doesn't really matter. Actually, we'll wait on the Spyglass. And we'll attack. We'll consume a trophy here to add push. And immobilize. And we'll attack the elite first, number 2. So we're attacking for 4. 4. Push 2. 1, 2. I think each one of those is, that's 2 away, that's 3 away. Yeah, that works. Takes another point of damage. And is also immobilized. So I have an opportunity to maybe get a bit of loot here, which I should maybe take. I'm quite low on the loot game. And then just straight up 4 to this guy, dead. Very good. Not much XP on the Trapper this scenario. I guess that's because when I play Furry Facade, I always end up just kind of going invisible and having these kind of half turns. Didn't really place a bunch of traps down, did I? Dies to its wound. Blade spinner. Just got so much loot on the table here. I should really get it. I really should. I should most definitely go and get it. Two trophies? Yeah, thanks. Thank you for reminding me again. I always forget that. I don't think it's going to matter too much for this scenario now, though. How do I get loot? I'm just going to have to literally... Oh, actually, I've got a loot 1 card still. Huh. Where did you come from? Let's try and pick up a bunch of loot if we can. We've got quite a few cards left. We're doing pretty well. I'll kind of get myself into a nice position to loot. How about that? Okay, well, health doesn't do anything. It's kind of fine. Kind of okay with that, though. Move to... Actually, that's all I'm going to do. Position myself to be able to do a nice bottom loot in a second. Wacky Tabaxi Tavern, welcome to the quest. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Oh, sorry. It should have been the trapper first. Oh, that's on a thing. Ah, I can't grab it. No. I guess I'm going to get this one instead. We move 5 and go get that. And then also I'll upgrade this to a 5 damage wound trap for an XP while we're at it. Dang it. Oh, that's big money. Big money. Nice. Very cool. Huge money.
Nice.
Nice indeed. You've been playing Gloomhaven on Steam a bit recently? Awesome, dude. I'm going to be playing Gloomhaven tomorrow on Silver Medal Tavern's channel. Not digital, but the physical. Should be interesting. It's been a while since I played Gloomhaven. We did play a little bit of the solo scenarios while we were in the Diablo 4 queues last week, or the weekend before. Next round. Short rest. Gotta be a little bit careful here. I haven't got that many cards left on my Deep Brave. Is he immune to anything? He's immune to wound as well. That's a kind of an awkward one. Wound? Come on, man. That's not very nice. I guess I could long rest, because I'm just going to loot, right? By long resting anyway. So it was a fantastic stream. That's awesome to him. Yeah, he's like got a super good setup. Yeah. I know he was sort of like looking for victims to play Gloomhaven with him, so I volunteered. Should go well. It's Frozen Hollow, so it's quite a difficult scenario. So it should be interesting. So it's a longer scenario, can be a bit tricky, so should be a good one. Yeah, just long rest. Long rest as well. I'm just trying to maximize my loot here. Beautiful. Oh, like music to my ears, chat. Poetry. We'll loot, I guess we'll loot this. Two metal, nice. Kind of want him to give me another condition that I can remove, right? Craig? I'm not playing Craig. I'm playing, I don't know what I'm playing. I'm playing either the Spellweaver or the Brew. I've said to Silver Medal, you choose. I'm easy. I don't mind which character that I play. I've played both of them a bunch, so I'm happy to play either. I believe both characters are level 3 as well. What do we do now? We get that back, we get that back, and we see how we go. Guess I heal another 2. Card from these. Pull my cards. Next round. I want to try and get close to doing it and looting this. I want to try and loot this double stack. I'm full greed in it, chat. I'm full greed in it. Right, we'll teleport there. We can't wound him, unfortunately. And we'll attack for 3. This guy has got retaliate, so... 3. And we'll take 2 points of retaliate. Toying with this poor Beyblade. It's really trying. Oh. It's gonna topple over at some point. These are kind of an interesting enemy, though. They had a couple of interesting cards. The immunity to wound, the retaliate, the innate target 3. They have quite low health, so you just need to kill them quickly. But if you let them get 1 or 2 turns off in a scary position, I imagine if they were in more multiples, which might not happen because of how big they are and how many standees there are. There's not like a huge number of standees for these guys. But I can see if you get attacked by like 3 or 4 of them, that target 3 is pretty nasty, with wound as well. Oh, in fact, there you go. It's an extra damage because of the fire, right? Or it will be this turn. There you go. 1, 2, 3. Getting that. Increase that up to 6 damage trap because, you know, that's how we do. And then place a 4 damage trap. Recruit. Okay, so it's going to wound my Deep Wraith. But this is good, right? Because I'm actually going to get my goal now. It's all worked out perfectly. Two or more times. Because now, next round, I'm going to long rest on my Deep Wraith to loot this and remove the wound, which is then going to get me Optimist. Retaliate's certainly annoying. Yeah, Retaliate is actually something that my party really does not care about, which is fantastic. What's my lost card situation like? I'm basically down. This is it. I've got 2 cards in my discard, 1 in my hand for my Deep Wraith. So this would be pretty much, this is it basically. Trapper, I've got 2 cards in my discard, 3 cards in my hand, including the card that I really, really want in my hand. So I think we can win this turn. That's the idea, I think. Ooh, shield 1, retaliate at range 3. He's trying. Oh, bless him, he's trying. So we'll do unavoidable outcome. We'll use the spyglass here. So we're going to attack for 2 with advantage on him with the trapper. Oh, Jesus. All right, 1 down with the shield. That's only 1 damage. But then if the target is adjacent to a trap, spring the trap, applying its effects. Bam. Nice try, Mr. Beyblade. Almost. And then we can go get this loot. With our trapper. Some more lumber. Very nice. So that's our trapper done. Then our Deep Wraith's last turn. They're going to heal up, which gives us the second part of Optimist. And we can form a loot 1 action. Choosing this one. I think we can get... Yeah, if you gain any loot tokens. So we can gain as many as we want. It's just 1 hex, basically. So that's 5. Random item. Lumber. Hello. We got the random item. Nice. Right, this is purple, right? Do. Ooh, baby. Easy scenario, not even close. I think it shows the difference between... Obviously, we dialed the difficulty back there by 1 level. We also didn't have a challenge involved. So the challenges not being there, I think, also made a big difference. And then just using the scenario condition. It didn't feel like I was really like doing my characters very well until I would say maybe the end of the scenario there. Like it felt very much that the trapper just had to put traps down, seed those traps, you know, in the first 5 rounds to hopefully pay off in round 13, 14. That was kind of like the idea. And I think the Deep Wraith, I think it did kind of what it needed to do. Still earns a bunch of XP because it can kind of just, well, it can just go crazy for a little while, can't it? So we won. We did indeed win. We're just drawing a random item because we drew a random item from the item deck as well. We got everything. Everything our hearts could desire, Kira. So, ta-da! Mirrored Knife. During your melee attack, add all negative conditions you have except Brittle, Bane, and Stun to 1 attack. What?
Nice.
Now that's a very unique item. So any of the negative conditions that we have that are not Brittle, Bane, and Stun Obviously, we wouldn't be able to use it if we were stunned, so that makes sense. So this is if we're poisoned or immobilized or wounded or muddled or impaired, I guess. You know, it doesn't really do anything to enemies. We could basically give it back to the enemy. It's a very interesting item. Could be very good on the Deep Wraith. In certain scenarios where stuff gets kind of crazy, could be quite good. It should work with Brittle and Bane. The fact that it doesn't work with Brittle and Bane might be an indication that there's a class that could abuse it in a way. I don't know. Purely speculation. But if, for example, there'll be scenarios or enemies that Bane you or Brittle you, and they make the scenario interesting and more difficult, and this item would kind of completely kind of flip the script on those scenarios, maybe. So it could just be more of a variance thing, because both of those are kind of top tier things that are reserved for very powerful stuff. And it could be that a certain character might be like, well, you can gain all of this power if you gain Brittle. Suddenly you've got like, oh, a combination of items, right? I think there's clearly like, it would clearly make maybe some enemies a bit too easy, potentially might be abusable with a certain class mechanics that we haven't seen yet. It's also possible. Get that potion that gives you poison and wound. Yeah, I mean, it does actually work okay with kind of, now you could kind of build your own corrupted blade. You can use this multiple times, so. It is all negative, so if you are wounded and poisoned, both go over. Yeah, but importantly, it doesn't remove it from you, though. That would be like crazy strong. If it was like transfer. But it's not. Yeah, not transferring, you just copy over, exactly. Rather just have Poison Dagger, pretty much. For the most part, yes, I think you're right. But you can't have like multiple Poison Daggers. But there's certain scenarios where it could be very useful. The problem is that it may as well say, I don't really understand why it has stun, why stun and is on here, but disarm isn't. Because both of them naturally just would never be able to be used. Because while you're stunned, you cannot do anything on your turn. You cannot resolve an ability. You basically have to skip your go. So you'd never be able to use Mirrored Knife if you are stunned. Unless there's some other situation I'm not thinking about. And the same with Disarmed. Disarmed, you cannot do an attack ability. And obviously you need to do an attack ability to activate the Mirrored Knife. So I don't really understand why stun is on here and disarm isn't, or vice versa. Like surely that's just a given. It wouldn't happen because you wouldn't be able to use the item. Yeah, it's odd. Yeah, it's just weird. Like maybe they just had space on the card and thought, well, chuck it on there. I don't know. There are exceptions. Oh, if there, well, maybe there's some something that allows you to. Isn't there an item or something that allows you to? There's like cure potions and things. Some characters can play cards while stunned, or have cards that can be played while stunned. Interesting. Well, anyway, I think in general, I mean, it's only 20 gold. It's quite a low value item anyway, but it is quite a, it's quite a niche item, isn't it? This isn't something that we're going to run out and be like, yes, we got it. But it goes in the sideboard for our Deep Wraith. And if we come across a scenario where we're constantly being wounded or poisoned by enemies, then Mirrored Knife could come in. You know, instead of Heavy Sword, we could rock Mirrored Knife because it has better strategy, balanced synergies with what it is we're trying to do. Ruinmore had one, for example. Don't remember the card. Yeah, I guess so, but Ruinmore isn't canon, is it? So... Either way, it seems like... it almost seems like there must be something in Frosthaven that would be problematic enough that they've put that on there, maybe. As I said, I feel like they're worrying about the way that like one item might interact with something from Gloomhaven or whatever, I think is kind of like, nah, it is what it is. Like, I really hope that they don't like not make fun and interesting items because they're worried that, oh no, if we don't put this line of text, it'll get broken by this character that's in this other game. You know, we know that. Just make sure that Frosthaven, the game, is contained and balanced within itself. Don't worry about what happens if someone brings in Gloomhaven characters because it's all hell breaks loose. Am I going to retire back to town? We are. But first, we must listen to some text. 48.2.
Bent metal and smashed rock lies heaped all around you, and finally, the alarm stops. The elevator continues to drop, and the walls around you vanish completely, the shaft opening up into a vast, yawning blackness. You hang in immeasurable emptiness, the only sound the creaking of the elevator cords as the platform descends. After a long, sobering gap of time, the platform finally comes to a stop. You step carefully from the elevator and find even more metal. A walkway built in 2 directions. There is little to see in any direction on this metal grating, but far to the right, you can make out a single light flashing red. It's a fair distance away, but you're certain it's the same light as the elevator's security system, which means there will be more machines waiting in that direction. You can't go back the way you came, so you have to choose. You can either head straight for the light and fight these defenders head on, or you can head the opposite way, to the left, and see what lies in that direction.
Cool. All right, well, gain 5 XP each, gain 1 inspiration, place map overlay sticker Y on the map in location Y. New scenarios, Rusted Tunnels 25, Quartral Library 26. They are both linked, but we will go back to town because we did actually level up on our Deep Wraith after the previous attempt. And probably now leveled up on our Trapper too. So, especially with that 5 extra XP. Right, what happens to that Mirrored Knife? I need to get the other copy of it out, don't I, as well? So, 185. Actually, no, I don't get the other one out, do I? Because it's not the design. No, I don't get the other one out. We just get 1 copy of it. Cool. Success! Battle goals, 1 tick for our Deep Wraith, 2 ticks for our Trapper. And a bonus 5 XP. Oh, hang on. Oops. Actually, do we get the bonus XP? Let me just run that back a second, because I don't know if it's going to give me any bonus. Gained XP, bonus XP. Okay, it didn't give me the... I just wanted to check that it wasn't giving me the... the reward XP, which doesn't look like it did. So that's good. Right, so that's going to go 59. Sweet. Okay, great. Right. So back we go. So a quick clean up here. Another hand item to go as well towards our battle goal, which is pretty good. We're actually very close to retiring on the Deep Wraith pretty much whenever we want now. Which is super good. We are basically good to go. We're quite close as well because of all of the buildings and stuff we've done on the Trapper. So this party might be turned over quite soon. I do really enjoy the Trapper. Out of these two characters, I think probably the Trapper is my favorite of the two. You know me and my enjoying my sort of shenanigans of messing with enemy focus and blocking up paths and things. It's just a really enjoyable way to play the game, I found. It really rewards nice sort of tactical play and finding bottlenecks and stuff like that. Very satisfying way of playing the game. Da 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 da. Speedy. Okay. Nice. So over to my spreadsheet. Giving myself the inspiration. Let's sync a few of these things up with the app. You got an extra perk again now. In fact, we have got an extra perk now. We'll do the leveling up in a second, though. Very happy that we gained a lot of money there in that scenario. That's super good. It's put us in a much nicer place. Sync that up. And now I can kind of breathe a little bit. Three, 4, 5. Good. Okay. What was the number of that item? What are I saying? Doobie doobie doo? Yes, you got me, Oxy. You got me. It took how many hours? 3 hours before the earworm got me. You got me. Hang on. Whoop. Not 187. $185. I've now got too many small hand items. I got 4. Could sell one. Okay. Great, so that's all of that set up. So now we can go across here. Let me just change my scripts. I can see the bit that we want. There we go. Turn it off for now. Okay. So first on the agenda. Passing of time. 1:22.3. $122.3. That'll just be section book, right? $2.3. Halt.
An Olgox messenger appears at the main gate, handing off a message from Chief Lampril of the Snow Speakers, addressed to you.
Warriors, the time has come. The peace summit has been arranged, and we would be grateful for your attendance. Denpang is making the final preparations for her assault on the Ice Speaker spires, which will only lead to further suffering. We must end this now.
Accompanying the message is a map of a remote cave in the Kopanek Mountains, where Lanpril will be. You also note, however, the position of the spire Denpang will be attacking. She did demand your aid if you wanted to remain in their good graces. You must decide which course of action is best.
Decisions. So we have to decide if we're going to go to war or not. So summit meeting is 28. War of the Spire A is 29. So we'll open those up. Hawked Matter, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the quest, my friend. $28 and $29. I need to open these as well anyway. 26. We'll just get a big heap of stickers ready to go. Got a lot of things to tick off. Guess we got to decide if we're going to choose violence. What was the other sticker we needed to get? L. Big L. Where is L? Oh, was it Y? Might have been Y, actually. Type in why. Why? Yeah, why? That makes more sense. Why? It's huge. Monster sticker. Right, let me do my scenario tracker a second too. Jesus. So many scenarios. 4. $29, $28, $26. $25. Ooh. So many we can do now. Okay, event time, chat. Events. Summer Outpost event. Summer Outpost event number 30. Da, 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 da. Okay, here we go.
A commotion draws you to the gates. People are laughing, cheering, and hugging a group of travelers as they load supplies onto wagons. A quattro cinches a bag of parcels to the back and does final checks on the condition of the horses. It's a summer caravan preparing to leave for White Oak, the capital. These convoys are the only reliable way to get word to or from the world south of the mountains. In addition to news, status reports, and requests for resources, the caravan also carries personal letters. Many of the folk living in Frosthaven have friends and family living elsewhere, and even a single piece of correspondence a year from an old friend can be enough to lift your spirits all winter. This would be a good time to write a letter, but you'll need to be quick. The wagons are almost loaded. Option A. Write a letter to a famous mercenary. They'd enjoy a few stories of your exploits up here. Option B. Write a letter to a well-respected equipment designer you've heard of. They'd get a kick out of hearing about the crude tools you're working with up here.
Oh, what are we doing, chat? Okay. Poll, A or B? Poll is up. Place your votes. Option A or option B? Option A is to write a letter to a famous mercenary. They'd enjoy a few stories of your exploits up here. Or option B, write a letter to a well-respected equipment designer you've heard of. They'd get a kick out of hearing about the crude tools you're working with up here. Hey, Dio, how's it going, bud? Or, you know, a letter to your family. We don't have any family. We're going to write to Craig. Is that what we're doing? We're writing a letter to Craig. Dear Craig, you'd love it in Frosthaven. There's so many rocks. Literally rocks everywhere. Option A, overwhelming favorites, was to write a letter to a famous mercenary. Okay. Here we go. Option A.
A. You pen a letter to a famous mercenary you've heard tales of. You fill the page with tales of epic battles won against impossible odds. Glorious defensive maneuvers that save the town time and time again. And many references to the heaps of marvelous treasure you've discovered. If Mayor Sather saw your representation of recent events, she'd laugh you out of town. But no harm in embellishing a bit, right? You manage to get the letter onto the caravan just as it departs.
I don't think we need to embellish. In recent weeks, we've literally had to destroy a prime chaos demon that was about to destroy the entire world. And we've just come back from like free falling in an elevator down 12 flights. Having to deal with a whole bunch of different things. I don't think we need to embellish anything. I think we've been pretty heroic recently. Just have ChatGPT write it for you. I can actually check that out. ChatGPT, write a letter to a famous mercenary for me, please. Write a letter to a famous mercenary in Gloomhaven? In Gloomhaven. Oh, it's doing it. It's actually doing it. Right. Jesus. Dear mercenary name, I hope this now finds you out. My name is your name. And I am writing to you from the city of Gloomhaven. I have heard of your reputation as skilled and fearless mercenary. And I want to reach out to you regarding a potential job opportunity. Oh no. As you may know, Gloomhaven is a city in desperate need of protection. Because you have the threat from bandits, monsters, and other dangerous entities. Our current defenses are struggling to keep up with the constant attacks. We're in need of experienced fighters such as yourself to help us defend our city. I understand that your services come at a high cost, but I assure you that we are willing to pay handsomely for your help. Our city's safety is of utmost importance to us. We're willing to do whatever it takes to protect our people. If you're interested in this opportunity, please let me know as soon as possible. We're in urgent need of assistance and time is of the essence. Thank you for taking the time to consider our request. We hope to hear from you soon. Sincerely, your name. Easy. If that doesn't get Craig on side, I don't know what will. Add 183.4 to the calendar in 6 weeks. 6. Woo. Wowza. Is 6 weeks in the middle of winter? No, it's like towards the end of summer for us. Guess it takes a long time for them to write back, huh? It's got the letter's got to get there, then they got to write it back. Sure, I guess we can kind of forgive them for that. Quite sure why that isn't just there like that. There you go. Cool. So now we need to do building operations. Now, before I do this, I need to check what I want to build, right? Because we still have one building I think we can build. We've built the library now. the garden and the town hall, but we haven't built the temple. Temple is the next thing to build, I guess. That costs 4 wood, 2 metal, 2 hide, and 10 gold. Do we have that? I think we probably do. A little bit low on wood. We could maybe do with buying some wood. And maybe some metal and chucking it into the Frosthaven supply. Just so we got a bit of a buffer. So collectively buy up to 2 metal for 2 gold each. I think we'll do that. So we'll get 2. And we won't do hunting lodge, but we will do logging camp again. So we'll get 2 of those, 2 of those, and I need to spend 8 gold. Okay. Just to give me a little bit of a buffer. Garden. Plant herbs, then rotate 100, discard 180 degrees, then stop. So I could overlay, couldn't I? So now I could change my garden from arrow vine to something else, right? Or I could leave it as arrow vine, I guess. To be honest, I've got 1 of everything, so I may as well just leave it as arrow vine right now. So we'll rotate that for next time. Craftsman, nothing. Alchemist, nothing. Library, nothing. Nothing. Town hall, nothing. Barracks. Are we up to full strength? We are up to full strength. So no barracks either. Okay, good. Building operations done. So now we're down to a downtime. So the main thing we want to do with downtime is level up. Right? That's the big thing. So let's do Trapper first. So level 4. We have Dangerous Ground and Stalker's Spoils. So Dangerous Ground, create 2 3 damage traps in empty hexes within range 2. Basically just an upgrade to Caltrops. Caltrops super good. This is even better than Caltrops. So yeah, then that's great value right there. The bottom is regardless of your line of sight, spring all traps and apply the effects of each individual trap to 1 figure within range 2 of that trap. Oh, sweet. So this is just the big payoff card. Just you've set all of your traps and then on a single turn you just go boom. Does this get the mastery done as well? Where are my character sheets? Because wasn't it like spring? Oh no, it's move enemies through 7 or more traps, not spring 7 or more traps. Okay. No, doesn't get the mastery done. That's a shame. But so, at first looks, Dangerous Ground is just excellent, right? It's just more damage and a very nice, like, non-conditional kind of just spring some traps. Just do it. Very good, like, in that last scenario that we did, if we had this on the back burner for later on, we could have just been like, yep, keep seeding those traps around, and then, right, we're ready to win. Okay, play the bottom of this card. Boom, everything goes off, right? Really, really cool. You wonder which one he'll pick? Well, yeah, Dangerous Ground's looking incredible. Stalker's Spoils. Create 2, heal 3 traps in empty hexes. That's actually Like, that's 6 health. That's a lot of healing. Plus the control that you get from just having traps down. It's actually very good. Really, really good. Initiative 10 as well. That would be our lowest initiative, I think. Yeah. Move 2, loot 1, heal X plus 1 self, where X is the number of loot tokens gained with the loot ability. That's also just like super value. Wow, this is... I know, like, I'm not like hamming this up to be like, oh my god, like, this is good to make it more awkward. I know, like, both of these cards are really good. Stalker Spoils is actually excellent. Being able to just move and heal. Pick up some loot. And it's plus 1 as well. So you would always heal for 1 regardless. Yeah, they're both actually good. Yeah, both cards are pretty excellent here. Tricky choice. I feel like the raw damage that Dangerous Ground outputs, though, is hard to deny. Like 2-3 damage traps. And then have... We also... One thing that we're missing at the moment with the Trapper is that everything is so methodical. Like, okay, you need to go here, you need to place this trap, you need to place this trap, then you need to play these cards in order to spring these traps, right? You have a very kind of set ordering of the way that you're playing. The bottom of Dangerous Ground is kind of like your burn, attack everything type card that we haven't really had, where we've been like, yeah, we're very single target focused. We're kind of just dealing with one enemy at a time. Yeah, we're dealing with that enemy, then we're dealing with this enemy, then we're dealing with that enemy, and you're kind of controlling them up. This gives you the ability to be like, I'm going to chuck a bunch of traps out really fast, completely flood the room, and then when all the enemies are there, just blow the whole thing up. And do a bunch of damage to just loads of stuff. I feel like the kind of the interplay that this gives us, the tricky play that this gives us, is arguably maybe invaluable in certain scenarios where we're struggling to get over the top. Stalker Spoils is great, but am I losing scenarios because I'm not healing and I'm like dying? Maybe a little bit. It would be nice to have. But to be honest, my Deep Wraith is teleporting around a lot of the time, which means that it's been very difficult to get him into healing traps anyway. I've actually struggled to trigger the healing traps. I would say a fairly decent amount. Whereas damage, easy. All traps, yeah. All traps, so that includes scenario traps as well, ones that were not placed by the Trapper. But, like I said, I mean, I don't know. Like, I haven't actually seen that many traps in scenarios. Feels like there's less of them in Frosthaven than in Gloomhaven. That might be wrong. That might just be we're on a bit of a run. But the last scenario we had traps in... I remember that one where we had to, like, there were traps at the... There were, like, traps at the doors. And it was, like... icy stuff. Maybe Frost Demons were in it? I can't remember. It was one of the Inox ones where we had to save, like, the captain or something. The Inox guard captain or something. That one. It was the last time I remember there being traps in a scenario. Feels like a long time ago. Archers drop a ton of traps. Archers, yeah. We don't see many archers, but yeah. We haven't seen them recently. The one with the burrowing blades. That's it, burrowing blades. That was right. They may have dialed back on scenario traps to make room for the various terrain interacting characters in Frosthaven. I would agree with that. Like, that seems quite logical to me. And that is my kind of anecdotal feeling about it so far. But I don't have any, like, concrete proof of that. But I would just say that it feels to me like there's less of it. There's less obstacles and things like that chucked in as well quite often. Or at least recently. I think it's a very difficult choice between these two cards, because you guys talking about, like, I totally get why you would go for Stalker Spoils. It's such good initiative. It's heal. You're happy with both the top and bottom of the card, always. But Dangerous Ground is probably going to be a turn 1 play top every single time. Like, I can't see any situation where I'm not just going Dangerous Ground top with something like Honeypot bottom to get 3 traps out on the first turn on 18 initiative anyway, which is probably going to be quick enough. The problem that Stalker Spoils has is that for the most part, it will probably always be played for its bottom. And it may only ever be like a heal 1. And moving 2 is not great when I don't have any way of increasing that movement. I don't have, like, you know, plus movement boots. You know, 2 movement is a little bit restrictive. The good thing about this character is that we can kind of walk through traps and stuff, so I think I'm going to go for Dangerous Ground, chat. Although I do actually quite like Stalker Spoils, but I felt like Dangerous Ground is going to be more fun. And I think last time we went for... We kind of went for the support card on the previous level, so we'll go for the big damage card on this level. Come on down, Dangerous Ground. Do a perk as well while we're at it. Perk, perky, 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 perk, perky, perky, perk. I just really like this one because it kind of plays into the strategy a bit more. It's just fun. I don't think it's necessarily the best one to go for, but I just feel like it's fun. Pyrotechnics, yes. Pyrotechnics is what we went for at level 3. Which is kind of like a support top and a very versatile bottom. It could be a support, could be a aggressive one. But Pyrotechnics plus that, if you think about it, is now, if I did that on the first turn instead, you know, we're looking at placing a 6 damage and a 3 damage trap in the first turn of the game. Like, that's very powerful, regardless of whichever way you look at it. Do 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 do. Bam, ba-da. Right, we have Crushing Darkness and Grim Trophies. Ooh. Crushing Darkness is an attack 4, consume a trophy to add +1 attack and curse 1 XP. That Mwah! Chef's kiss. We need something like that on this character. At the moment, I'm very reliant on Dark. I end up with a bunch of trophies because I'm burning cards that are doing quite a lot of damage at times. So I'm earning trophies. I just don't have a really good use for those trophies that's actually like giving me damage or progressing in that way. So actually being able to just be like straight up use one, because I start the scenario with 2 trophies, which means that I could go straight in and attack somebody potentially for 5 damage and a curse on the first turn of the game. Take it. Very good. 40 initiative is meh. Very, very meh. Doesn't really achieve anything. The bottom of this is Muddle. Target all at range 2. Consume Dark to make it +3 range. So it will be range 5. Muddle everything. Yeah, you're not playing that. The bottom's pretty... I would say the bottom's pretty trash. It's one of the worst uses of Dark I've seen from this character. Like, we've got so many good uses for Dark. We can go invisible. We can add damage. We can add poison and wound. So many good things that we can spend Dark on. I don't think you're ever spending Dark on this. It's just not worth it. Yeah, ignore the bottom of this card. I think it's very, very forgettable. But the top is excellent. So, could be the one. Grim Trophies is the other one. Loot 1. Gain 1 trophy for each loot token looted. Cool. At getting a bunch of trophies, especially if you're going to go into the next room. But like I said, at the moment, I felt like our trophy economy is pretty good. Like, we actually we're in positive trophies right now. I don't feel like we're in like, oh man, I really wish I had a trophy. I did feel that way when I first started playing the character, but I've now kind of got myself into a really nice place where we're killing things with wound. We're killing the odd thing with Bane. We are, you know, with those 2 that we start with, we're kind of maybe spending those 2, but gaining those 2 back again. So we're kind of always in this kind of like perpetual having at least a couple. And then towards the end of the scenario there, you see I was all the way up to like 5. So like we were in a really good place. So I just don't feel like we need it. If we were playing Skull Collection, which is the active ability, you burn it, it's an active ability, it goes out into your, sorry, it's passive ability, it goes out into your active area. That allows you to spend a trophy to give poison to an adjacent target, spend a trophy to give, I think it's Muddle, and spend a trophy to create Dark. So gives you like 3 things you can do with trophies. You might want something more like Grim Trophies for that build if you were very hard on it, because that build is like, I want to spend like 2 trophies a turn. Whereas I'm not really like that. I'm maybe spending 2 on a very good turn, but I'm probably, if I'm doing that, I'm probably getting at least 1 back from the kill. So to me, the top of Grim Trophies seems a bit overkill for how I'm playing the character, at least at the moment. But I could see it maybe being more useful if we were playing Skull Collection. 18 initiative is a nice, strong initiative. Not the earliest that we have, but it would be in the mix. Spend any number of trophies. For each trophy spent, perform a move 1, attack 1. Yeah, okay. So this is another trophy kind of dump, if you like. A sink, as we would call it in a Magic the Gathering. You would call it like a mana sink, a resource sink, whatever you want to call it. If you have trophies left over, or if you have a bunch of them, you just use this. Obviously, if you can poison a bunch of stuff with it as well, it seems okay. But again, it's an awful lot of resources to sink in. You know, how many trophies would you need to have to make this kind of worthwhile? If you were to spend 1 trophy to move an attack, would that be worth it? I mean, possibly if the enemy was poisoned, you might want to move on to a piece of loot and attack something else. But you're probably looking more at like 2. If you've got 2 trophies that you can spend on this, you'll probably be pretty happy. It's interesting. It feels, to me, it feels a little bit cute and a little bit kind of... I don't know, this card in general just feels a bit like Win More to me. Like, for example, in order to get a bunch of trophies, you would have had to have already killed a bunch of enemies so that they've dropped loot. So in order to do the top of this card, enemies, you would have to have fought enemies anyway and killed them. They would have had to have died and dropped you loot in nice places. Obviously not always, because there might be some with the scenario, but rarely. In Frosthaven, it seems they rarely put like actual loose loot. It's usually on enemies. So if you're doing that, you already needed the trophies, and you've probably already generated trophies by the act of killing enemies. Hopefully. Hopefully. So, I mean, how many trophies could you get? I mean, you could go from 0 to max, right? You could get all 5, but just seems to me like a little bit Magical Christmas Land, like Win More, kind of like, what situation do I really want to do this? You're not going to say Grim Trophies is hot garbage, but it is warm garbage. Yeah, and like it doesn't... I'm trying to think, like, when's the great situation to play the top of this card? Well, when the room is cleared and you've got the time to do it. But as we know from experience of playing a lot of Frosthaven now, how often do I get that luxury of being like, I've got a free card, I'm going to go and loot? I mean, I know I'm playing 2-player and it's a bit different. When you're playing multiplayer, you can force your character a lot more, because you could just kind of like, you know, you can kind of just do what you want to do and just hope that everybody else deals with an issue. So, you know, if you're like, there's one enemy left and everyone else is like, oh, we're resting. Can you go and kill this guy? You're like, oh, hell no. I'm going to go and do a big loot and get my stuff. And then the bottom requires at least 2 trophies to probably be half decent. The end of the scenario, right, yeah. I'm kind of the same as you, Charles. I don't want to say that it's like completely unplayable and terrible, but I do feel like compared to the Trapper, where we had 2 very good choices, I feel like here there is a clear winner, and that would be Crushing Darkness. Because Grim Trophies, to me, feels like it's... like, it sounds good on paper. And I'm sure that if you're playing a little bit more of a heavy Skull Collection build, you might really enjoy having those extra trophies. But I also kind of feel like with most characters that have these limited resources, that you need to kind of create them, spend them, create them, spend them. The beauty is in the flow of that resource and managing it, to me. And playing that character well really comes down to managing it well in that sense of being like, right, I'm going to spend 2, but hopefully I'm going to kill something to create 1 and do this. Same thing with the Deathwalker, right? It was like shadows, okay, I'm going to make some shadows, but I'm going to consume them to kill this, but when I kill something, that generates a new shadow, and you kind of try to get this snowball effect of chaining your kills into each other, using your resource to kill something, which gets you your resource back. That seems like the flow with the Deep Wraith. You know, we're never really going to care about being on 5. As long as we're on like 2 or 3 trophies, we're not on 0, we're probably pretty good. And we can do whatever we want. If we've got 2 trophies, that gives us a top action and a bottom action that use a trophy. You know, and that's pretty good. And we've got a lot of great activators for that. And I just don't feel like that's really the way. So it's Crushing Darkness. And Grim Trophies, unfortunately, I think, is not all that good. I'm sure that someone will probably comment, yeah, but there was this one time on this scenario when I used Grim Trophies and I got all 5 back. And then I short rested and I got Grim Trophies back, and then I used the bottom and I attacked 5 enemies and I killed them all because they were all on 1 health. It's like, yes. And then I got all of the 5 trophies back because I got a trophy every time I killed something. I'm sure that there'll be some like really nice stories about that card, but Crushing Darkness is literally value personified in Gloomhaven, Frosthaven terms. It is the definition of a fantastic value card. I'm going to attack for 5 with Curse, 1 XP. I'm always going to have this. It is a straight upgrade to everything that we've been doing so far. Easy. Easy, easy, easy pick. I feel like good trophies is specifically for use against enemies with poison. Yeah, which Skull Collection obviously gives you, but then you need to spend trophies with Skull Collection to give them poison as well. So it's kind of like a double downing effect. Yes, but unless you can control everything up, you should probably, like the way that I see Frosthaven playing out a lot more is unless maybe you're playing a slightly lower difficulty and maybe you can get away with it a bit more. But I see, I mean, like I'm not playing on higher difficulty and I'm struggling with it. So I still don't feel, I feel like it's going to be hard to do actually. And that's, control in this game is down to positioning. It's much more down to positioning and running away from enemies, kiting enemies around, being clever with your positioning, moving away, messing with them with classes like the Trapper, Snowflake, Meteor. I feel like that's like the best way to kind of avoid enemies and use kind of control elements. And doing something like, you know, running around, hitting everything for 1. If you hit like 3 or 4 things and they don't all die, or the majority of them die, I feel like you're going to get a hell of a crackback on that. Whereas I feel like it'd be much better for you to just maybe focus fire, kill 1 thing, run away from everything else, or control everything else. I don't know. I'm a big fan of just doing the basics well. And don't get too glamorous sometimes. And I mean, and it's an attack 5. That's very much doing the basics well, isn't it? Cool. So that was level up. We need to pick a perk though. Perky perk. Perky perk. Should we maybe ignore scenario effects now and remove 2 plus 0s? Actually, no, because the rest of our deck is pretty rubbish. I guess we go up to the top here. Get that disarm going. Bam, 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 bam. We didn't get an extra perk, did we, for the battle goal? No. We're good. Okay, so that's leveling up. In terms of other things we can do, we could... we're now level 4, right? So we don't get any more small items, so there's nothing crazy there. I don't think there's really anything to craft. I can kind of retire whenever I want with my Deep Breath right now. So I don't feel like there's any items that I really want to craft because I did that last time anyway. I'm pretty happy with my characters right now and what I've got. So I think we just go straight to construction. So if we go to construction and we construct the temple, I think be a good idea here. So we'll construct the old temple. So that now means that the trapper has observed 7 out of 12 building or upgrade. So that's good. Kelp only needs 1 more small item, 2 more boots, and two head slot items and 1 chest to be able to retire. And I think we can pretty much craft all of that with just stuff what we have. So not too worried about that right now. What was the hide? Hide. To hide. Three and 2. 4 and 2. Okay, great. So let's craft the temple. Or construct, I should say. I want to know when I get enhancements. When are enhancements going to get back in the game? Like Gloomhaven enhancements you get so early on. Or potentially so early on if you know where you're going. Lack of getting enhancements feels a bit rough. Because I feel like in Gloomhaven you were getting enhancements potentially on your first character, but definitely on your second. So not having enhancements, and we're potentially going into like what, our third characters with no enhancements available, feels a bit weird. Am I planning on double retiring again? I think so, yeah. It's really nice. Just means that I get to play a whole fresh new party. We get to spend 1 session just looking at the characters, creating them as well. We kind of get all of the paperwork done in 1 session, which is really cool. I love the way the temple is like, we're just going to build a tree. Yeah, we just built a tree. Oh, hang on. That's got to go up there. Wow. More. Beautiful stick. Let's get the card out as well. Tempo. Okay. So the temple says each character may lose 5 gold to start the next scenario with 2 bless each. Nice. So the classic temple effect. There's number 42, goes into the deck. Great. So, after that, oh, we need to do what bonuses we get. What bonus do we get? Prosperity or something? +1 prosperity and a section book. Ooh, chat, we're prosperity level 4. Hallelujah. That's big. $192.5. Mm-hmm. Okay, 192.5.
Even an outpost as industrious as Frosthaven needs a place of solitude. The Temple of the Great Oak has become a sanctuary for all, its sacred gardens and walkways encompassing a young oak tree, which is said to distribute divine blessings, for the proper donations, of course. You meet with the temple's head keeper, a human who folds his hands in his sleeves and will occasionally break off conversation to stare contemplatively into space. After showing you the tree, he leaves you alone to rest before the boughs. The wind rustling the leaves moves your mind from the bustle of living to a meditative plane, where your thoughts and instincts pass by without consequence. Once you leave, you feel refreshed, ready to face the new challenges Frosthaven may present to you next.
Cool. Add event Winter Outpost 73 to the Winter Outpost deck and Summer Road event 43. Cool. Perfect. Good. There's some nice progress right there today. Nice to beat that scenario second time of asking, you know? Just get it kind of out of the way. It looked like one of those kind of tricky scenarios where, could cause us some grief, but we got there. And I'll probably never remove Furry Facade from my hand now, unfortunately. Feels like, yeah, Furry Facade's probably just going to be a staple card for us now. Because every time that we've gone into a scenario without it, we've really wished we had it. Winter Outpost 73. Then all we need to do is stickers. The real game begins now. Especially the size of that sticker. I'm kind of I'm nervous about this sticker. It's massive. It's probably going to be across like 2 joins. Okay. Let's do it. Do it. Lodro. Thank you, buddy, for resubbing. Appreciate it. Welcome back. 2 months now. Quest continues, my friend. Thank you so much for all the support. Very kind of you. Thank you so much. Ooh. Get out of the way, ruined machines. Where was the elevator? Like, it's down here, wasn't it? Yeah. Right, I gotta be careful here to not push everything off of the table while I try and do this and still be able to show you guys everything. So where does this go then? Over the elevator, right? It's massive. Oh, it's in here. It's under the crystal fields. I see it. Over all the crystals, yes. Wow. How on earth do you... Oh, to be fair, there's no crease. There's no... It's one complete sticker. It's massive, but it is one complete sticker. I guess I'm gonna have to use the grid lines, huh? That's some grid line right there. You only get one shot of this, don't you, really? Oh, that's off. That's way off. Oh, shoot. Careful. I thought I did a pretty good job at the bottom. Oh no, I'm gonna have to stand up. I'm gonna rip this sticker. It's gonna be a tragedy. Don't distract me, Falcon. It's pretty close. I mean, it's not on, but it's like pretty damn close. Like a sticker of this size. It's gonna be difficult to get it perfectly lined up, isn't it? Or maybe it would be easier with a sticker of this size. I don't know. It's like slightly out. It needs to come slightly lower. I'll leave it. That's fine. It sticks. It fits. It sticks. Ugh. Tunnel time. This is cool though. This might be the coolest sticker so far. May well be the coolest sticker full stop. I mean, look at it. It's like you get to build a little network. How cool is that? Am I on it here? No. No. No, I am not. No! Don't ruin it. Oh my god. It's so perfect. Jesus. Are they just trolling a little bit? But then this is wrong. Oh my god. Oh my god. The frick. Why has it got a tiny little cutout for the 43? You are literally trolling me, Isaac. What? Oh my god. This is so nerve-wracking. I hate it. I hate it. No, that can't be right. Oh my god. Help. Wait. See, that's got to line up with that, right? That's got to line up with that. That's got to line up there with that. That's then got to line up with that over there. Like, but then it doesn't. It just kind of doesn't line up over there. It just kind of doesn't. Then you realize you're too far over. But how are you too far over? Oh, this is so stressful, man. Oh, hang on. That's looking a bit more promising. Oh. Yes. Oh, my lord. Never again. Oh. Oh, there's another one I gotta do now. Oh, this one's square. Thank God. Your old cultural library. This one does have grid lines on it, which is kind of nice. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh boy, this sticker's gonna look so cool when it's done. That's awesome. Nerve-wracking, very stressful, but looks awesome. 29 and 28. They're gonna be in the mountains somewhere. 28. The true game indeed, it really is. It's the difficulty curve as well, you know? It's really starting to ramp up in the sticker department. I feel like when you have to put the like the final sticker on the board, it'll be like you finished Frosthaven. It'll be like a 6-part sticker on 6, somehow on 6 creases. Magical crease will be revealed. Where's 29 then? Should be like right next to it, right? Hello? Oh, it's in a trench somewhere. Oh, it's down here. Oh. Down here by the Crystal Trench. Uh-oh. It's on a fold! Son of a gun. I wondered why it looked a bit naff. If they do a Frosthaven digital, I really hope that they kind of like keep the artwork of this board. You know, like they keep the spirit of the artwork of the board in it. Like Gloomhaven digital, they did a pretty good job of that. But Gloomhaven's got nothing on Frosthaven. Way more interesting. Nice. Stuck. Awesome. Well then, that will conclude today's session.
I think still, yeah.
Oh,
Scout
that's the blessing from Scout.
Yeah.
That's the blessing from.
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital version?